What is up, everybody? Welcome to the After Hours Art Stream. I am your host, RC, and today we will just be jumping right into it. Because today is just going to be a. Oh, okay, that's much better. Today is just going to be a continuation of yesterday's stream, which was pretty much me sketching out my idea of drawing Katydid. And yeah, I think it turned out pretty decent for a sketch. I am going to do a little bit of alterations because some parts just look a little bit off coming back to it the second day. But hopefully that won't take long. Hopefully we'll be able to get most of the inking done today. We'll see. But before we get into that, obviously we're going to do a little bit of promotion. And obviously, second, the promotion will be promoting Katie because she is who I'm drawing today. And you can go to Katydid a podcast on Rumble and you can follow her. As of right now, she has 642 subscribers. So definitely go over and check her out. Obviously, you can see that she has the Good Morning Comic Skate live streams. She has those, I believe, every Monday. So definitely be sure to go and check those out. She's also a clip channel, pretty much like I'm gonna say Comic Skate historian. I don't know if somebody already has that name, so I'll say that's like part of like what her role as like a clip channel is. So go and check her out. I'm gonna stop sharing that. And I will share my iPad screen. And what I'm also going to do, which I'm going to start doing from now on, is I'm going to have a little banner running down or running across the bottom of the screen with whatever creator I am promoting on said stream. So obviously with this being Katie, we have Katie did a podcast on Rumble and Katie did clips on YouTube. So you'll be able to go and check out those clips or those channels while you're watching the stream, or preferably after you're done watching the stream, because I need to grow too. But anyways, we're gonna jump right into this. So first thing that I noticed whenever I got back into this page was the hat. Hat looks a little bit too high. So I'm going to. I hate that the mouse shows up on here, even though I'm just in StreamYard. Okay. Now, also something that I'm going to try to do today is I'm going to try to actually talk about topics. There'll be few and far between topics, but there will still be topics, because while it is while it's good for some people to just listen to me ramble about like what I'm doing in the moment and just like listening to my stream of thought, that may not be as entertaining for some people. And I'm trying to become a better broadcaster and artist all rolled into one. So there may be some times whenever I do have to like sit down and think of something. But that's all in the process of like learning how to be better at doing this. So I'm going to start off by talking about my process. Specifically because there is actually some stuff that I need to change here. The mouth needs to be changed. I think the bottom lip is maybe a bit too wide. So that needs to be I need to see if it needs changed. And if so, how? I think I just need to make it a little bit more scrunched in. So we shall see. Okay. It is slightly better. Yeah, I think that is actually better than it was because it was almost as wide as the top lip, and that would just look off. So, gonna keep that there. And the second thing that I had noticed was the hat being a little bit too high up off her head. Like it's almost just like resting there. So I think it needs to be brought down a little bit so it's actually resting like around where it should be rather than just like floating up there. So I'm going to do that really quickly. Thankfully, it won't like disrupt it too much. It'll just need some lines will need to be lengthened, but that's not too bad. Okay. I think it may need to be scrunched in ever so slightly. And I think that is okay. Yeah. That is okay. I will make those lines go all the way through. Where they should have been before. And change up where the hair comes in. Okay. All right. I think that should be fine. I don't remember thinking that anything else needed changed. So that should be good. So now what we can do is we can jump into the inking. And this is going to be quite interesting. So there's only going to be a couple parts that are going to be completely black. And that's going to be the boots, the choker, and I believe it's her gloves. And also the hat, mostly. Because the hat is going to be... The hat's going to be all black, but it's going to have like a logo in the middle. And based on the angle that I'm at, it's going to be part of a logo. So most of this is going to be colored. So this will be a little bit more interesting than the previous pieces. But I'm still going to go about it the same way. I'm still going to ink it as I go. There we go. All right. So let's start. Start down here. And no. It's one of the hardest parts, is trying to decide where to start. Whatever. Let's do it up here. Let's see. They're fingerless gloves that are up to middle. So, yeah, right about there. Why not? All right. Okay. So, keep myself talking. I have actually figured out what I'm going to do for the CG Herald streams. And for those of you who don't know, those are my Monday draw streams. And up until last week, I had been going based off of the prompt that Ethan Van Sciver had been providing to the Comicsgate Kings during those draw streams. Now, for those of you who weren't aware, Ethan has actually put a stop to Comicsgate Kings, and it will no longer be a draw stream, which is unfortunate because I always liked seeing what the Kings came up with in their drawings. Maybe like the day after or like right at the end of the stream, whenever they would be showing it off for the auctions that they would have at the end of the show. But it did seem like it was becoming a chore for some people to show up, which is understandable. I mean, they do have to work on their books and get stuff taken care of. Like, I know that Shane was working on getting out Inglorious Rex 3 and also doing preparing to launch Back Me Bro at the same time, and sometimes he would be drawing that stuff while he was on a King stream, sort of like ignoring the prompt and just doing what he needed to, which is totally okay. It's understandable. And it's a it's a good way to see like his dedication to the backers, that he is still using that time to while he's still visible during that time, he's using it to um finish up stuff for the backers. But for those guys who were like drawing, like for the guys who were drawing the stuff that was provided, I think it was always cool to see like what they would put out, like, and just even seeing how detailed oriented their stuff was. It was very inspirational to see as someone who is trying to get better at art. But anyways, what I was meaning to say was that um I'm still going to be doing draw streams on Monday. Still going to be a CG Herald stream, but without Ethan's prompt. I wanted to still do something that is able to help Comicsgate through promotion rather than it just being something that's like completely random. And what I think I'll do is I will pick a Comicsgate campaign or creator, and I will draw something that is related to that campaign. And then I'll have promotion for that campaign going all throughout the stream. Damn it. But yeah, I'll have promotion for that campaign going all throughout the stream. And that way people can get their eyes on that campaign while I'm working on art that is based on or somewhat related to that campaign. And I think that that would be a good way um, of showcasing the various creators in Comicsgate and also getting me to improve my art. So I think that will be my way of hopefully giving back to the community and helping it grow. And also getting some more eyes on various campaigns. I actually have the campaign for Monday already thought up. And maybe the Monday after that, it really depends. But don't want to talk about them right now. I want that to be a little bit of a surprise. And what I'm thinking with these campaigns is that it would just have to be something that I like. Like if it's a campaign that like sticks out to me as something that I would want to draw something related to it, then I'll do it. And if they're I don't know. I don't know where my mind was going with that one, but it's like it'll obviously have to be a campaign that I would be able to draw something from for however long the stream would need to go. So it would be entirely up to me. But I do it's like with creators in this space, it's very easy to find campaigns that fit that mold. It's quite easy because a lot of them have really good ideas and they have really good artwork as well. So finding the campaigns shouldn't be an issue at all. Like I said, I have like next week's or next Monday's campaign already thought of, and they don't even have to be like campaigns that have like just recently launched. So long as they're still available for purchase, then it's entirely possible that it will show up as a CG Herald draw stream. But yeah, I think that will be a lot more beneficial for like the small time creators than just picking like a random topic for a Monday. Because like I've said in previous streams, a I have my mailbox before I replace my mailbox over here, just like right next to me, and um it's full of like pieces of paper that I have written on there for various topics. And for any other stream, I could just reach in there and pick one out if I wanted an element of randomness to it. But I didn't want to do that for the CG Herald draw streams. Because I want those to actually mean something. I want to have at least one draw stream per week of an actual planned topic, or like one that's not going to change from week to week. So yeah, that's pretty much my plan whenever it comes to that. I think it'll actually turn out pretty good. And also for a little bit of a shameless self plug here, hopefully it'll get me more out there in the community. So hopefully that will help. And the way that I look at this is the more that I can grow my channel, the more that I can help others. It's like if like I went through like my my subscriptions list, and I was like, okay, this guy has about this many subscribers. This person has this many. Oh yeah, I remember this guy put out this campaign. Wow, he has this many subscribers. And it's like whenever I look at social media influencers, um I find that the bigger the audience they have, the more likely they can pull in people to like buy a product. And if now this is just a very, very big pipe dream of mine. If I was able to get to like a very high subscriber count or subscriber count, then I would be able to sort of like showcase this stuff, put this stuff out there, and get more eyes on pretty much anything that I would choose. And I do have some stuff of my own that I want to put out eventually. I do have fiction novels of my own, not comics, but like actual prose novels that I want to I want to re-release them with better covers because the covers that I did make for them, I made all the way back in college. And as is true with many artists, I look back at those covers and I think, oh dear God, this looks like shit. So, if I get a big enough audience, or if I get enough eyes on like me as a creator, then I feel like it'll be much simpler to release something like that. But that is why the YouTube grind exists. Okay. And I've been trying to do it. It's like over the past couple weeks, I seem to have established somewhat of a rhythm. And honestly, if my basement hadn't flooded over the weekend, then I would be in an even better rhythm for this week. But alas, that is the price you have to pay. Okay, so got that done. Now I need to do the gloves. Hold on. So okay, and I'm trying to have it be like leather gloves, and then having that shine on them. I feel like I'm almost like running my streams sort of like how Shane used to run his streams, where he would go on one topic and then completely go off into another topic and forget what he was talking about. Or at least that's what his streams seemed like. Because right now I'm getting pulled into like what I'm getting pulled into what areas I need to highlight on this glove, and also trying to think of the next topic or like how to follow my last one. As like I said, this is going to be like my practice stream, and not just from the art. It's going to be me trying to get better at presenting and hopefully doing that well. Because I don't want streams to end up being like like last night's stream was. Like, I like how the sketch turned out, but I also don't want to always be relying on background music to entertain you guys. Okay. And if I am going to be talking, or if I am going to be silent, then I want there to be not as much dead space in there. Okay, so this part I need to have a little bit of a gleam here. That will just go right into there as an almost thicker line. Okay. But yeah, with the old basement flooding on Saturday, it actually pushed back my plans to like film some videos because I had my plan right now is to have sort of like a backlog of pop culture type videos that I can do in addition to simple to make shorts and live streams. Now, the live streams will pretty much almost exclusively be either promotion or draw streams, and sometimes a combination of both. Shorts have been primarily cover composition, and that seems to have been going all right for the first month or so. I may need to switch it up every once in a while, um, or make it less. I don't know, less often. Because the ones that are coming out recently seem to be dropped a little bit in views, ever so slightly. But then it's like Rumble is also wanting you to do shorts, but they have to be made like through their own program, and a lot of the stuff that I do would not translate well to shorts. It's like I have to film it myself, first of all, because I have all that stuff set up. And like if I was going to make shorts of like my live streams, I don't think that that would actually do good at all. Unless I get like a large influx of promotions for creators, and I could maybe chop that down into like 3-minute segments. But as of right now, I would need to really work on my pitches. If I was going to be doing that. Okay. Glove looks fine. I think that it whoop, almost messed up there. Okay. So I think the next thing that we're gonna do is the sleeves. Or this sleeve, I should say. I think that line needs to be a little bit thinner. Because I want this to... AI Katie looks like she has like an almost like leather jacket, but I almost want this to have like you know how like a bomber jacket has, what is it? It's like it has some sort of like stretchy material here that you can like slide up and down your arm, sort of like that. I want that to be how this sleeve looks. And like bomber jackets can have like the patches and stuff that you can put on them. And at least in like all the bumpers that I've seen on Katie's channel and like Mr. Yanafui's music videos, AI Katie has like a bunch of different designs on her jacket. So I think that would fit here. Oh, and we are also joined today by Tank Ferret. He says, "Good evening to all you magnificent bastards and bastettes. Smash that like button." Yes, definitely. If you would please smash the like button. You're already commenting, so I don't need to say that. And subscribe, then that would be fantastic. But yeah, glad to see you, Tank Ferret. All right. But yeah, I want to try to add at least like some differences um, from the source material. GTSY2. Oh, good to see you too. Okay. For a second there, I was thinking I like to consider myself on the younger side. Like I'm only 31, but I don't know what that is. But then I was like, oh, that's what it, okay. Sometimes the abbreviations, I just get lost in them sometimes. Bingo, yes. Yeah, sometimes when my brain just goes all boomer and shit, and it's just like, oh, good lord. Like listening to the youth nowadays, it's just like, oh dear God, I could not imagine having to deal with any of this stuff in like school. It's like there was a good couple of months whenever I was around. Um, there was like a group at like my church, and they'd always be like referencing 6-7, and I was like, fuck, this is so retarded. Yeah, some of this stuff is like way past my understanding, and I'm just like, yes, exactly. 6-7 skibbity bet. I'm guessing for real, for real. Yeah, I gave up trying to understand that stuff, and then I went away after like the third week, and I was like, oh, thank God. I don't have to. I don't have to second guess what I'm saying whenever I whenever I mistakenly say 6-7. It's just like, I don't get it. You got it. Well, I may get it, I just don't understand it. Okay. So that Translation, it's ridiculous and for laughs and absolutely true. Yep. Yeah, I feel like the internet nowadays is a lot of it is just randomness. Like my one buddy, he's very big into the YouTube space. And I think he used to make like I think what he would call like YouTube poop. And I've seen like one or two of those type of videos or like that genre of videos, and it's just like this is this is psycho. Not like psychotic psycho, but like beyond weird. Oh, that makes sense. You have kids. So you know exactly what all this stuff is. Oddly enough, skibbity and 6'7" are already a dated term. Yeah, it's everything like all memes on the internet have like a 1 to 2 month life cycle. And then by the time like people our age or like even just like my age that get used to whatever the thing is or like learn what exactly it is, it's just already far past the point and they're all just like, "Oh, that's so like last week." It's it's funny to see what the life cycle of anything on the internet is. Cuz sometimes it'll just like it'll surprise you. And then 7 years down the line, after everybody's forgotten about it, then some Hollywood director will make some ill-advised movie about it. Bet and For Real are seemingly standing the test of time, but if you really think about it, they have legitimate word roots. Yeah, yeah. It's I could see For Real being sort of like the LMAO, just like another abbreviation. Like that one's easy enough. Um, Bet I don't hear that one often enough to like put that in the same category. For Real is an absolute confirmation. Hmm, I could see that. I mean, it makes sense. Bet is short for bet on it. Okay. I guess I'm just of the mindset where I'm just like, why don't you just say the whole thing? That's You're a word nerd. uh so like getting into like the history of all of these words and their their word roots is like your thing, Tank Ferret. English is my only language, but I am quite proficient at it. I would like to say the same. I mean, I do write fiction novels, so I would like to say that I'm at least somewhat proficient with the English language. Um, it's just the current stuff that throws me for a loop sometimes. It's like most of the stuff that I've written is like it's strictly back in like the I can't really say that. I was gonna say it's like strictly back in like the 18th century, but they do speak some common words. It's like they're not throwing out bet or anything, but it's like speaking back in that time in a way that would still be understood now. Sort of like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like you can still understand like what they're saying without being like all prim and proper and shit. See, the funny thing is that I'm one of those writers who needs an editor. I think all writers need an editor. It's just a matter of whether that writer admits it. Like, I need an editor to point out stuff that I don't necessarily catch. A lot of times it would be like words that are missing in a sentence because I'll just like type past them, or thinking my I'm typing faster than no, what is it? Yeah, I think I'm typing too faster than I'm thinking. And I just like leave out a word. So having an editor for like that stuff certainly helps. Middle and old Middle and Old English and Latin are my current learning projects. Latin was a pain in the ass. um, I took Latin for several years in high school and 2 years in college, and I have forgotten almost everything about it. It's like it's good if you want to learn about like the roots of various languages, but with it being a dead language, it really doesn't help much. It's like for me, the most that I use Latin for is translations of like magic spells that um that need to sound like elegant and not in a current language. So that's pretty much all that I use it for. All writers need an editor. I, however, need an editor. Ah, okay. Tank Ferret, since you're a writer, have you done like any projects? Because I've seen you around, but I can't remember if you've done a project. I think I've only seen you in chats. All right, where do I want? Trying to draw like clothing folds for a certain type of fabric is again something I need to work on. It's something that like pulls me back into the just focus mindset. Uh, I haven't published anything. Haven't published anything because I'm a schmuck, but I have done illustrations for a bunch of comics and creators. Okay, I knew you sounded familiar for some reason outside of um outside of just being in the chat. But the way that I see it is it's best to wait until you have something that's like you can put your all behind rather than like throwing together something that's like half-assed. And then whenever you're ready for that, then putting it out there. And I feel like that would be definitely the better option. Are you familiar with the XYZ method of clothing wrinkles? It comes from manga, but it's super good. I have heard of it. I have heard of it, but it was like I haven't actually done it. But thank you for reminding me about that, because I can actually just pull that up in my other computer screen. XYZ. Okay. Yep, I just needed a visual for that. So. I think what I could do here. Hmm. Yeah, because I definitely needed to have something here. Yep, that already looks better than what I was going to do. So thank you, Tank Ferret, for reminding me of that method. And then I feel like this might. It works better in like the creased area. So like the elbow, like this area. But since I don't want it to be too baggy, I don't think it would go in the other areas. I'm gonna see how stretching out this part of the fabric works, and maybe putting it on this arm um since it's bent, and only doing it sparingly on this one. Whoop. Okay. Oh, thank you. And Tank Ferret says it's looking good. I really like that you're putting structure into it before solidifying the render. Yeah, it's sort of a new thing for me, because what I would do before is I would draw like the outline first, and then I would go back in and try and fail to crosshatch. But what I'm doing is like I'm trying to get the inks on here in like a way that I'm finalizing one area at a time, and hopefully having it turn out good that way. Because so far it seems like it's worked out all right. It's like um You know what I completely forgot to do? I completely forgot to turn on the screen recording for the iPad. That should have been going. Come on. There we go. Oh, piss off. Okay, well, I just buggered that. Okay. Now I need to wait for that to show up. The downside with using QuickTime to record stuff, yes, I did. I broke it. The problem with using QuickTime to record an iPad that is like mirrored to your computer is that whenever you click the record, sometimes it takes like a couple seconds to actually show that it's recording. And if you click it twice, then you just shut down the recording after like a second. So that's what I did. Now I just need to wait for it to boot back up because I'm a dumbass. Yeah. Yeah, because I was gonna have that recording through the entire time. Because what I try to do is with the pieces that I think will turn out good, I want to have there be some sort of screen recording for it rather than just the speed paint that Procreate automatically saves. And if it turns out good, then if I need to have like just a commentary video that I release on the channel and I need something to just put in the background and I don't feel like showing my ugly mug, then I can throw that into the background and have that going. Get a bigger hammer. I have several hammers downstairs. Come on, good lord. Okay, this looks like I gotta force quit out of QuickTime. Good lord. And come back again. Are you on X? Yes, I am on X. It's not under Creative Voice Network. It's actually under... What is my username? It is... Ryan Creates 94. So while... Give me a second to pull up QuickTime. Get this... Get my iPad pulled back up here. And then I'll show you my X account. Okay. So I have that pulled up and ready to go. Might as well get that starting recording. Good. Okay. So my X account is... Give me a moment. I probably should have had this be the same username, but on X, I want to have more of like that personal connection. And I think like Creative Voice Network doesn't really sound as like personal as Ryan Creates. It's also the problem of me going through like several different usernames on YouTube over the past 10 years. So that's just me constantly going through rebranding. Mm-hmm. And this computer is just very slow. Tank Fair says, I feel it. That's why I use my real life nickname as a brand. That works. It's definitely easier than just like coming up with a bunch of different stuff. Okay. Oh, Tank Ferret, you're already following me. All right. Well, even though you're following me, since we are on a stream, I might as well showcase myself. All right. So, here is my X account. If you want to, I need to remember which arm is going to be the one like pointing to something, so I'm not pointing off the screen. But yeah, this is my X account. I need to get better at posting my streams on there, but as of right now, I post like my long form videos and like promotional stuff. Like I retweet a bunch of creators, and I also post my art on there. Yes, ABC, always be connecting. Yes, definitely. So that's definitely something I need to work on. I feel like whenever I do the colors for this piece, I'll probably post um that stream on Twitter, try and get some more people in here. But I think right now it's totally doing fine. Okay. So, since I already have this pulled up and recording, now we are back to what I had broken before. All right. So, this part, go all the way down there. And I think that should be fine. But yes, Tank Fair, they always be connecting. That's definitely something that I'm trying to get better at. I do want to get more into like the promotional side of things. Like as you can see here, I'm trying to promote Katie from Katydid. And I want to, like, I know that there's a lot of talk going in CG right now that a lot of people need to like start promoting more. And that's something that I want to do a lot more of. But it's also something that I feel like I would be better at with a bigger audience. Because right now, if I was going to be promoting anything, then the people who I'd be promoting would probably have a bigger audience than I would, and I wouldn't really do as much. I wouldn't really move the needle as much. So I know that every little bit helps, and I want to do that as much as I can as like a small channel. So that's why I'm doing this and why I'm trying to get better at streaming. But I do know that bigger audiences do mean more probability of there being more support behind my actions. So that's something that I hope will occur if I keep doing this. So I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep trying to improve one thing at a time, whether that be my broadcasting or my art or my promoting or my editing. a lot of stuff that I see with like those like YouTube gurus or who pretty much tell you like how to get better at YouTube is a lot of them will say just improve like 1% at a time. And if you improve one little thing in a video or like one little thing every time you post, then you're going to be way better by the time you put out your 100th video than you did putting out your first video. Tank Ferret says, BRB getting into the office. Well, have a good time at the office, Tank Ferret. Glad you were able to come in. And yes, thank you for the follow on X. I always appreciate it. All right, let's get... I need to think about perspective when it comes to the hat, because there is a little bit of a... There is some thickness to the brim. It's not just like a flat piece of paper. So... something I definitely need to work on whenever I'm sketching is not putting so many different lines all in one place. Okay, let's do this. Nope, that's way too thick. Good God. Okay. Feel like that could be a little bit higher. But I can live with it. No. Okay, that should be fine. And then we have this part. I need to see where the line is going to come for where the brim of the hat connects to the top part. Okay, that should be fine. And then have that. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that, I feel like, needs to have the top part, or like that little like knob that's on the top of baseball caps. And then also have... No, that's going to be one whole thing, not stitched. But it'll be thinner. Nope, good lord, no. So... there we... I'll accept how that looks for now. Yeah, I'm okay with how it looks. Okay. So this is the part where it's going to get a little bit interesting. Actually, no, not yet. I need to finish up this whole thing. So, hair there. And inside of the cap there. And hair coming down there. Okay. So, underside of the hat will be all black. That's already a given. Now this part, should look a little bit more divided. Yeah. Because there's like fabric on the inside of this. So it'd be like that, and this part would get more thick. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's how it would be. Ooh, that's almost too thick. Okay. Okay, and I think I should thicken up this line here first, and then just keep going. Keep going with those little like dividing lines after this part. Yeah, that's fine. Because it's almost like those like extra thick brims of the hat. Ones that are a bit more sturdy. But this needs balanced out a bit more. Okay. Holy crap, it's already been an hour and 15 minutes. Time flies. What the Sorry, guys, the nerve was acting up in my arm. I think I was resting it on the edge of my desk too much. Excuse me. All right, so I can already tell that this inking session may be quite the doozy. But I'm going to try to get through the whole thing. Try. Maybe a fool's quest, but it will be a way for me to better learn the process. No. With all the scissors that I've seen, I don't think it has like a Phillips head screw or a flathead. Okay. So now let's get into the face. The face I can start with. Okay. So AI Katie does not have black eyebrows. She has like a lighter shade of brown. So I'm not going to make those entirely black. Those will just be a not filled in eyebrows. Okay. And here's what I'm going to do, guys. I am going to go and get myself a soda. And whenever I come back, since I'm going to do the face, I am going to turn on some music so I can focus on getting those little intricate lines in there. And then whenever I'm done with that, then I'll turn the music off and then we can get back to the chit chat. Like I said, getting better 1% at a time. So it seems like the first hour I did okay. I just need to better prepare with more topics, I guess, next time. So I would say it's already better than yesterday. But what I will do is, if I can get my mouse working, is I will play one of my bumpers. And then whenever I get back, I will have my soda ready. Yes, it has nothing to do with art, but I like how that one turned out. Plus, it gives me time to go and get my soda. So, But yeah, that video actually went like very like on the very low end side of viral. You gotta be shitting me. I hate when this shit happens. Okay. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Oh, that's right. Music. Do I have enough charge on my iPad? Yes. Nope. My phone. Yes, I do. And this time, let's not start off with a fucking ad. But knowing it being YouTube, it's probably going to be an ad. So let's go to my tried and true fucking hell. Stream music. What do I have? Let's go with gaming music. I just hate these little YouTube surveys. God.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. You know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Only just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna let it up. Tonight, we gonna let it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it up. The thought of you keeps me up. Memories that are lingering in my head. The wind whispers your name, making it hard to ever forget. I try to run, but you're everywhere. It's like your shadow won't disappear. Got nowhere to hide. You control the night, and I am done being your prisoner. If only I could find a way to let you be gone, I would. But you're still hanging on. Take on your spirit as I try to move on. Let it go for you. struggling to break free from the curse that you have had put on me. I wish there was a way to tell you that now's the time to leave. I tried to run, but you're everywhere. It's like your shadow won't disappear. Got nowhere to hide, you control the night, and I am done being your prisoner. If only I could find a way to let you be gone, and I would, but you're still hanging on. Haunted by your spirit as I try to move on and on, as I was stuck with a ghost of you. Stuck with a ghost of you.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Seriously? Really? That's Lady Gaga's dance. It's not... You stupid shit. That's not copyright free. That's false advertising. There, that's better. Whimsical shit. As I belch, good God. Okay, doesn't really matter because that's going to be covered up by hair anyways. All right. Now, on to the tough part. Damn mouth. Okay, now we're getting into the most tough part of this, which is the mouth, which I was having trouble with whenever I was sketching it. I think what needs to happen is maybe something along these lines. And maybe have these be slightly upturned. Because I want Katie to be having fun. That needs to be smoother. But I have the idea down right. Shit. Okay. Got that. Good. Those teeth are way too big. I feel like those are too. That's slightly better. I almost feel I'm gonna try something. If I do I have this go down here and this go down here so that the upper lip is bigger, a little bit more full. And then I have it go up. I'm still not sold on it. We'll see. Really is going to depend on how the bottom part turns out. That looks like not good. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. What about if... This is still going to cause me issues. If this goes in... Hang on. In. No. In. In. Then... Looks slightly better if I get rid of the other ones. Because... Does not look like a three-dimensional jaw. It just looks like a circle. Okay. Then this part, go away. Then that would just go right up there. That can have that division there. Put that in shadow. That there. Okay. I think that is as good as this is going to get, at least for now. No. I think what I can do is... Hold on. I need to consult my reference image. Okay, so AI Katie doesn't really have like bright lipstick. It's more of like skin tone color. Okay, so what I was going to do is not going to work. Welcome back, Tank Ferret. Yeah, to help your neighbor get his TV connected to his internet. Sounds like quite the debacle. Well, in the time that you've been gone, I have managed to get my way through most of Katie's face. And about half of her upper hair area. He was on the phone with tech support for over an hour. Good Lord. Looking good. Thank you. Yeah, the mouth has seemingly become my greatest nemesis. I'm trying to figure out how to make it look good. Okay, so that part down there. And let's start coming down from up here. We'll work in strands for how the hair is going. Hold on. The mouth is deceptive. It's usually 7 parts, 3 upper and 4 lower. By that, are you meaning like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Because I haven't heard it described that way. But I'm always open to suggestions. Oh. And that was just guessing right out of my ass. Yeah, it's like the two side parts are my most difficult with like a wide open mouth. If it's like an almost closed mouth, like someone who's just like talking in a scene rather than like yelling or like really expressing themselves, then it's a lot easier for me. But since I don't draw a lot of mouths like this, it's more complicated. Um yeah, it's like I see the artwork of guys like Todd McFarlane and Michael Turner and like how they well even like J Scott Campbell with how they draw hair. And it's like, I don't know how they do. They put in so many different strands, and it's like the amount of detail is astonishing. And I wish I was able to do that. So this is what I'm trying to do. Whether it turns out good is a whole different story. But it did seem to work with my interpretation of um, Ethan Van Sciver's links. So hopefully it will work with this. And Tank Ferret says, Proco, How to Draw Comics, and Draw Like a Sir have good videos on it. Proco and Draw Like a Sir, I believe I'm subscribed to. With How to Draw Comics, are you talking about it's one of the Barton brothers, right? You also say David Lynch has a great video on hair, as do the other guys. Yes. Okay. So I am subscribed to, I think, all three of those guys. I might also be subscribed to David Lynch. Yeah, because I know that I think I looked up a cross hatching tutorial from like one of them. And I think it may have been Proco. Because I wanted to get better at doing that. Because I see like a lot of people doing that. And I think it may. Where's this coming out? I think I may have gotten the hang of it. The ZBrush tutorials are great for studying geometric shape on Proco. I'll have to look those up because what I try to do, at least now with like what I've been doing recently, is I try to think of each body part as a different geometric shape. Like the arms, I have them so that I can see like a 3D aspect to them. Like you can see there with like the lines on there. And it helps me with seeing what perspective they should be in. Yes, exactly. All of those guys will say something to the effect of make it like a 3D model, but only Proco has actual 3D sculpting vids. I do have what is it? I do have a 3D sculpting software on my iPad that I would fucking love to get into at some point. Problem is I don't know a single thing about how to actually do it. But there are so many different characters that I would love to draw, or not draw, but like sculpt, just to see how it would turn out. And that could even be something that would be like a pretty good side hustle. Like if you could go around to like various creators in the space and be able to construct stuff like that, and even just say, here's a file for like a, if you wanted to do, say, a statue or something, and be like, here's like a file for like a 3D rendering of this. That would be really cool. Granted, there need to be like enough interest for it to be like a worthwhile thing, but I think it'd still be even just like, there's some characters that I would do just to say that I did it. And yeah, I think that would be something really interesting to try out. I'm trying to remember what the name of the program is. Come on. Okay. But yeah, maybe one of these days I will have to give that a shot and see how quickly I could actually learn something like that. 'Cause like I said, it would be cool. Um, Go right ahead, Tank Ferret. Trust me, most of my time in live streams is spent like lurking, because oftentimes I'm just like listening to like like what the host is saying, or like what the guests are saying. So I'm way too familiar with lurking. I should probably actually like speak up sometimes, but a lot of times I'm actually like doing stuff, so I can't like keep up with what a chat's going, like with what a chat is discussing. Not on my streams, obviously, because I can usually keep up with what's going on, but I mean, like whenever I'm hanging out in other chats. Where do I want this to go? Nope. Okay, that's more like it. But yeah, with the 3D modeling stuff, like I see a lot of people on like Instagram and X who put together some amazing 3D renders, and I'm so jealous of them because I wish that I could like be able to throw that stuff together like really quickly, or within a reasonable amount of time. The only experience that I have with 3D modeling is a very excuse me, Pepsi's coming back up. A very brief excursion into using Blender, and trying to use Blender with a mouse is extremely slow and boring and not conducive to what I wanted to do at all. So I want something. Well, I have something that is closer to like sculpting software. So maybe one of these days I'll throw that up on stream and put on like a tutorial and just see if I can do it and go from there. It'll be like watch me fail my way into trying to get this to work. And it'll be just it'll, it'll be a way for me to I don't know, maybe I could probably film it like I am with this, where I can just like mirror my screen on QuickTime and just see how everything goes. Because whenever you're doing YouTube or any type of social media stuff where you're trying to do I need to move my chair a little bit so I can be a little bit more comfortable. Where you're trying to do stuff that you want to see, like you have big aspirations. I have big aspirations. Sometimes you just have to put out some content. And if that requires just like learning stuff in front of people, then you gotta do what you gotta do. It's sort of like whenever people start live streaming, they're just getting used to being in front of a camera. They're just getting used to actually talking to like a live crowd or a live audience that can respond to them rather than just talking to a camera. And they may not have like a proper camera presence. Like I can definitely tell you I can work on a lot of things. I can work with I can work on not rambling even though that keeps me talking. I can work on where I'm looking on the screen. Something that still gets me sometimes is whenever I'm filming myself with with my phone. Sometimes I'll look at the screen and I won't look at the actual camera part of it because I'm still looking at myself. And you want to see if stuff is looking all right. So your eye just naturally gravitates to where it can see what's going on. But if you're confident in what you've got on this on in the recording, then you should be able to look right at the camera itself. That may be a little bit different with streaming because there's like obviously stuff in different areas of the screen, but it is something that can be worked on. It also depends on what you're working on. If it's something like this, where most of your focus as the audience would be the art, then I can look pretty much wherever and I can point to wherever because you would be looking at the art stuff. Oh my. But that is pretty much like just what would ideally be happening it's still something that could change. And I'm probably not going to finish inking this entire thing today. I know that for a fact. Unless I go for like 5 hours. Which I have done a 5-hour stream, but I don't know if I'm going to do that today. We'll see. I might, just so I can say that I got the inking done. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's get the choker done. What do I want to have on there? Because much like with the scissors and the jacket logos, AI Katie always seems to have something different on the choker. So I may have to fudge this one a little bit. It does seem like there's like gems along the sides, but it's what's in the middle that changes sometimes. So may have to do that. Let's get that. Whoop, hold up. I need to have it this way so I can accurately tell where it is on her neck. Let's put, whoop. Don't want that there. And there needs to be some kind of thickness to it. Need to have that be a little bit more consistent. There we are. Much better. Okay. Then I'll finish this part. I'll throw on the 4 to 6 gemstones or stones or whatever it is on the sides. And then I will go into the middle part. Okay. One sec. Okay. Every once in a while, gotta crack the back. Makes it feel so much better. And I can relax a bit. Okay. I'm gonna test something real quick. See if this works. Okay, I can get behind that. Okay, so the gemstones, I'll put those, hold on. Okay, so that would be middle part would be right about here. And let's do 2 on each side. So 1 here. And then 1 here. Okay. And then the middle one, it's almost like a necklace. So there should be another circle in the middle and then something hanging down from it. What's hanging down? What would be meaningful? Okay, first let's put the circle here. And then I'll come up with what's hanging down from the middle. Okay. So that's all right. Let's put... Let's put a little bit more detail in these just to make them not just look bland. And it'll also give me some time to think about what I can put that's hanging down from the middle. Okay. And the middle one. Let's do something a little bit different for this one, just to make it stand out. Yeah. Okay. So here's what we can do with this. Because this is going to be all black. Much like the gloves. And... okay, so the top part is definitely going to be all black. But there's going to be some thin highlights in certain areas. And since it's going to be all black, it's going to be very, very thin highlights. Okay. Hopefully that... yeah, that works out perfectly fine. And Tank Ferret says nice. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to remember how I could make that look presentable. Because when was it? It was 2 weeks ago. Whenever I drew Ethan Van Sciver's Lynx, and she has a choker. Actually, I'll just show you. So I drew her, and she has a choker that's all black. So I may add some stuff like that. Just to make that part stand out. Yeah, buddy. Deposit on character design in now to walk the next client through paying for a pinup and a cover. Awesome. Congratulations. And now back to lurking. Yep. Sounds like the right thing to do. All right, let's get these cross-hatched a little bit. I feel like that could go all the way through. Okay. Yeah. Yep, I like that better. Since the gloves are shiny, they can stay that way. Yeah. Okay, what next? Gotta fill in the hair back here, do I? Yeah. Yep, I gotta. So, Tank Ferret, I know you're lurking, but as like the art stuff a side gig for you, or is that your main job? I'm curious. Because if I was able to do stuff on a more regular basis, then I would love to turn this into like a side gig. Whoop, that went the wrong way. Okay, and let's get the big parts out of the way first. Okay. And no, that's too. That would be just too random. So I can put. Yep, right there. Okay, and then throw one on here. Sorry guys, this is the tedious part for me, is just like filling in all of the random weaves and waves of the hair. A lot of it is trying to decide what parts I want to keep on like the thinner side and which parts I can leave open. That needs to be further out. There we go. Okay. Slowly but surely. And then there's got to be a bigger part over here. Nope. That did not look natural whatsoever. Give me a second, guys. I need to big brain this. Okay, that didn't take as much brain power as I needed, or as I expected, so that's good. Sometimes it just takes figuring out where to divide the bigger parts in like the bigger shape of the hair, and then it stands out perfectly fine. Now, one of the good things is that AI Katie does not have black hair. She has blonde hair, pretty much like platinum blonde hair. So that is not. All of these lines are not going to be covered later on. So that is very reassuring whenever it comes to the inking process. Because, like with the links piece that I showed earlier, most of the. That looks way too thick. Most of the inking lines for her hair ended up getting covered. But I still think it turned out pretty good because it gave me a sense of like where I was going to be, where I needed to highlight to make it stand out all right. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I may have slightly screwed myself in the hair department. In real life and in the drawing. Haha. Thinning hair joke. Anyways, um, there's going to be a lot of lines going through this section from both the bottom and the top. So this is going to be quite interesting. Starting here, all the way through, and right up to there. Okay. There's another instance of just trying to divide it up in a not crazy way. So that worked perfectly fine. Crap. There we go. All right. Throw that down there. I don't like how that looks. Now that needs to curve ever just a tiny bit more. Yeah, right there. Okay. So we have the overall shape done. Now I just need to divide it properly. So I know that most of the hair is going to come through this area. Because for some reason I decided to squeeze it all into that one section. No, there's going to be too many down in this area. So let's combine these. Going too slow and it's getting wonky. There we go. Okay, and from there, that works. And I think that might actually be enough for the hair. I think that's enough. Okay, so if let's move on to the jacket. And the jacket is going to, zipper would be on this side, usually. Most of the zippers that I have on like any of my clothes are on like the right side, with the exception of one sweatshirt. So I'm going to go with zipper on the right. And I think what I'll do is I'll draw the line for the outside of the jacket. And then I'll put the zipper on the inside of it. That makes more sense. It'll also have some more detail. So it'll give me more practice. So right about here. would be the zipper. That works. And it's a thickness of the jacket. Doesn't need to be exact the whole way. There'd be some parts that are a bit more compressed than others. Maybe if it's a bit weathered, then may be a bit more compressed in other areas. Ah, thank you, Tank Ferret. Every paycheck a fortune. Awesome. Yeah, I keep telling myself one of these days I'm gonna get back into like commission work. I just have to find the time and make sure that my skills are up to par. So hopefully one of these days. But I'm glad to see that you're having success with it. All right, got that. And now all right, let's see how this. I almost wonder. Okay, let's get that. Ah, yeah. So you're the right guy to help you find people that need art. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, my thing is right now, I just want to make sure that the stuff that I'm putting out would be at least um, up to par with what I would want to see. So I have a little bit of a way to go with that. It's partially why I'm uh, doing this stuff on stream, so I can get better at making comic art that looks actually presentable. Oh, that's sweet. So you do it full time now, but it's mostly been a side hustle for 35 plus years. Mostly business cards and ads. The ad stuff I definitely know about. It's like, well, I know that side of the business. I'm a graphic designer full time, and this is just my hobby. Um, but yeah, it's a good way to let the creative juices flow in a more like professional setting, I guess you would say, and not necessarily in in like a comic side of things. But it does still give you some skills that you can use um in comic preparation, like layout, typography, editing, proofreading, all of that stuff. Okay, can I make that work? Yeah. I'll have those there. I agree. Yeah, CG is the best group to cut your teeth on as an up and coming illustrator, for sure. Yeah, it's like I s- CG is a good mixture of people who are just starting and those who are like already legends in the industry. It's like I see guys like NTM Comics who would put out like his first book whenever he was still back in high school and comparing it to it's like I got his first and second book and seeing the improvement in his art from even just one book to another was like really cool. So having that variety in CG is something that's really you don't see in a lot of places and it's refreshing. So you're a digital nomad and you get around to a lot of groups. Nowhere else can you find so many professionals mixing it up with not ready for prime time players. Yes, very true. Very true. Yeah, Noah is a rock star now. Yeah, I wish he did more streams, like more art streams. Cuz it would be interesting to see like what he's working on now. But yeah, what are the other groups that that you follow, Tank Ferret? Because a lot of the stuff that I tend to follow are like it's like creators from like the whenever YouTube was like just starting or like close to the beginning of YouTube. And it's not like how do I say it? It's not like CG groups. It's more of like creators and their community. So places like Angry Video Game Nerd or Nostalgia Critic or creators like that. It's sort of like a mixture um of old school YouTube that's still around and the newer like live stream type YouTube. Ah, yeah, I know Dave Brink. Um, I used to hang out in Bancroft's chat. I should probably jump back over there at some point. Zaid Crowd, Bancroft, Dave Brink, several tabletop role playing games. Okay, and the Chudhammer guys. I don't know the Chudhammer guys. Oh, and more. Yeah, speaking of Dave Brink, I actually interviewed him um on my channel. When was it? It was last Friday. And we were talking about his new campaign, Safeguard. That was a really cool interview. Because like Dave always puts out quality books, and he has done something where he's done something that I don't see often in a lot of um comics, and that is made me care about That sentence sounded so fucking weird. Um, and that thing is making me care about like a very minimal side character. So anyone who can do that is top quality in my book. It's like the character that I'm talking about is Replica, and that may be because of her character design, and she's hot. I don't know. Maybe I have a thing for like green chicks, but yeah, I really like that character. Maybe it's because of like her like she's supposed to be like a supervillain, but she also has like that sweet innocence to her. But yeah, it's like I love the main storylines, but whenever it comes to any of like whenever I'm singing Dave's praises, it a lot of times it does come back to that. Come back to Replica. All right. Okay. Let's start with this one. The Chudhammer is the Warhammer 40K guys that stand against the Wokies. Okay, aka Wokehammer. Dave brings the waifus and the Giga Chads. Yes, he does. It's like the Flying Dutchman is Giga Chad. And yeah, I'm very much on the same side with this. I'm not anti-drama per se, but laugh at the lolcows. I will gladly laugh at the lolcows. There are times whenever I think that has gone like it's past its time. Like I know that Ethan still does the trash casts. I used to watch those a lot, but recently it's just been like, not really feeling it. But yeah, I don't have any I don't have anything against people who want to like stay out of drama. I very much prefer to stay out of it myself, but I'll gladly follow it cuz there is some entertaining stuff. And it lets you see like it lets you see various creators that do pop up. Like um I know that a lot of the guys in the CG Church are going to eventually put out comics, and I think that some of those would be quite interesting. You say I'm burnt out on the Limu nonsense, and I'm not sure that I could care less about Ripiverse. I with the Ripiverse stuff, I here's how I'm gonna put it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that the drama farming gets stale in a hurry. Um, with the Ripiverse stuff, the the way I see that is it's similar to Marvel and DC fans. If people like it, which there are people that like it, then I'm not going to shame them for liking it. It's different tastes for different people. And if people are like hyper passionate about it, then they can be hyper passionate about it. There are some books that I think would have done well in like a CG crowd, but there's other ones that I think aren't really put together very well. Like I know I was super tempted to put out like a video talking about like one of those Fontano covers where it's like three of them look okay, but then there's the one that has like 90% of the page is just focused on the table And it's just like, oh, I might actually have it pulled up on my I'm gonna stop sharing this. I'm gonna look at something really quickly. Where is it? But yeah, this cover drove me batshit insane because like Ethan pulled it up on a live stream, and I was like, oh dear God, I could tell you at least 3 different ways to make this look so much better. All right, and you say you get along well with Cynic, Ruby, and Klippa, and you're fine with people being huge fans of Rippaverse stuff, but don't tell me that Shane Davis and EVS are subpar. That's objectively false. Correct. It's like you can have issues with people, but still say that their art is good. Like, I know that Ethan was ripping on that one. What was it? It was like that Blue Streak comic that Rippa was putting out. It was like the speedster one, and I actually saw that one, and I was like, I could actually get behind that art style. That's actually not bad. But then there's other art styles that are just like, ugh. Like whenever ISOM first came out, I reviewed the first 2 books. And where? Okay, so share screen. This one. This cover does not work as a cover. Oh, the blue. Was it called the Blue Flash? But it's like, anyways, back to what I was talking about. Whenever I reviewed the first 2 ISOMs, I was like, this art looks a little bit flat, and it didn't stick out to me the way that I would want like a comic to. So it was something that I was okay with the story, but it wasn't like the art wasn't like hitting me the way that I would want it to. And like stuff like this, where it's like you want the focus to be on like the character and not have most of the stuff be it be having most of the focus on like the desk makes no fucking sense. It's ridiculous. It's like if I was going to be making something like this, I would have I forget what the character's first name is. I would have Fontano sitting at the desk like maybe like straight on, and maybe have like one of his dancers from a club or like a hot businesswoman like leaning over him, sort of like framing him in the middle, and have the title up at the top. This cover looks like shit. And it's like that is objectively true. The cover looks like shit. The color composition and subjects are all wrong. Yes. The other 3 covers I have no problems with. People can go and buy them. People can buy this one. I don't really care. I'm just pointing stuff out that I see like as someone who works with like layout design and knows what a good comic cover looks like. Exactly, yeah. As a graphic designer, I know. It's like whenever you have stuff that's it you know where you want your eye to go, and your eye goes straight to the desk. And that's not where you want your stuff to go whenever it's like whenever you're showing a comic. You want to there's so many different opportunities for this. And it's like he's a nightclub owner. He's a crime boss nightclub owner. It's like have him there, have him like flashing around like a gun or something, and have like one of his hot dancers with him. It would stick out on a comic, on like a bookshelf if you go into like a comic shop or wherever they're being distributed with like their Hatchet deal. The other covers just need a good visual editor with some minor tweaking. Yeah, but even the way that they look right now, I'm totally okay with how that looks. It's not something that would need like a lot of changes, but this one, no. But they're gonna get off of that. And okay. Stop sharing that one and we'll get back to where the fuck? Oh. I minimized it and I couldn't find it. Okay. Back to my art. When I read Cyberfog #1, I told EVS to get an editor. He was cool about my observation. That's good. Yeah, it's like, and after I read, yeah, after I read ISOM #1 and said a similar thing, he blocked me. Yeah, something that I know in whenever it comes to anything having to do with art, give me 1 second. My other computer shut off. Anyways, whenever it comes to anything with art and the internet, you can't have a big ego, especially whenever you're just starting out, or even whenever you're exclude my last sentence. You can't have a big ego because if you let that ego go to your head, then you end up with what's going on with the with that whole CG and Rippaverse divide. Because if you don't want to get critiqued, then that's just going to hurt your ego. And that will cause divisions and people's feelings will get hurt and that will in spaces like this it will fracture communities. Keep in mind that I was professional and courteous about it. Yes. And I'm your friendly neighborhood force multiplier after all. Yes, definitely. Ego is a wall we build to stop ourselves. Amen to that. Yeah, it's like if you can make fun of yourself and also realize that you need to improve on things, then you can go as high as you want and you'll still learn more stuff along the way. It's like Shane Davis. I've heard him say multiple times that whenever he looks back at Starlight Cats #1, there's only been #1, but still, whenever he looks back at like the art from the first campaign that he launched, he's like, I could have done so much better. And that's something that I think every artist looks back at their starting art and they're just like, this looks like shit. I can improve on this. And what was I thinking whenever I was first doing this? I have stuff from back in college whenever I was doing like a final like a whenever I was doing like graphic design in college, our finals for our like degree was putting together an exhibition. And I had several pieces back then that I was like, "Oh, this is so great." But looking back on it now, I'm like, "Dear God, this looks like shit." And that's one thing that um that's one thing that I want to get back to and like redo because I had two comic ideas that I had fooled myself into Should I put this on here? No. No, that should stay there. Yeah, I had 2 comic ideas that I had fooled myself into thinking were going to, um, be completed by the time of the exhibition. They were not completed by the time of the exhibition, and they just ended up being comic covers for my exhibition. But I still have those characters, and while I would not repeat the same ideas, um, I would probably throw those characters into like a very short story just to see if it's something that I could actually do as just like a little throwaway idea. You love Starlight Cats, but really is weak when compared to Inglorious Rex. No shade, just facts. Um, but I'm buying my daughter another copy of Starlight Cats because we lost the book while moving, and she loves that book. It was the first book that got her interested in reading. Shane is a hero in my book for that. I liked Starlight Cats too. It's like if I'll always I'll always rib on Shane by calling it like the gay cat book, but he did put together a good story. It is a little bit weak. I can predict some of the things that are going to happen, but it's something that could be put out for all ages. And it is something that I hear a lot of people praise as being like, "Oh, my kid loves this book." So, I give Shane props for putting that out and having success with it. And I will like I'm not married, I don't have a kid, and I would still get Starlight Cats 2 whenever it comes out because I like the story of the first one. Um, it's rare for a man to make a good book for girls, and he did just that. And also make certain people also want to come back to it who are my age. It's funny because it's not something that I would like. If Marvel and DC were putting out something like that, then I probably wouldn't get it. But because it's Shane and he is honestly really good at selling stuff, I would get it. And because his art is fantastic. It's like um I got off track whenever I was like talking about myself for a little bit. But whenever he was actually did I think I covered all those topics. It's like I want to see like where his art has progressed. It's like you are definitely correct. Inglorious Rex is top tier. And that is I think he's smart in using wait a minute, no. I was fooling myself there for a second. And I'll tell you why in a second. Give me one moment. Okay, throw that on there just as a little bit of a divider. Okay. And okay. So the reason why I was almost thrown off here was because I did this piece um for my Monday stream, the CG Herald stream. And this was sort of like my way of promoting Back Me Bro since it launched over the weekend. And I was like, I want to try drawing like Shane's kaiju character, and I think it turned out pretty decent. But I was almost going to confuse myself and bring that into the whole "back me bro" talk. I was just confusing myself there. Okay. Okay. And I think I can put stuff in here as well. So shading in here is going to take a little bit of time. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was my way of like what I'm doing with my Monday streams is I'm going to pick a campaign that I like, and I'm going to promote it on that stream while trying to draw something that's either tangentially related to that campaign or related to a character from that campaign. So that'll be my way of promoting like CG or CG adjacent properties and hopefully doing hopefully bringing some more eyes to them on both YouTube and Rumble because I'm simulcasting to both, and also helping to improve my art as well. Because with the King's stream sort of being nuked, or at least the drawing portion of that stream being nuked, I feel like there's not enough, um, not enough CG draw streams. And that's something that when it's from the bigger creators, I think it's great for like up and coming artists to learn new techniques on how to do stuff while also following a creator and getting exposed to new projects. And whenever it's smaller creators such as myself, I feel like it's a good way to help build an audience and also get better at broadcasting and also promoting, depending on what you want to do. Like for guys like me who don't have a campaign to shill, this is my way of sort of putting myself out there and getting some eyes. I'm getting bug-eyed because I was zoomed in so far. Good God. Yeah, I think this has overtaken the hair as the most tedious part. I've been drawing for 3 hours. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, that is good. And I still have to figure out what exactly is going to be hanging from her choker. I don't want it to be scissors because I already have her holding two scissors. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to keep going. I just have to figure out what exactly I'm going to do next. But thank you for sharing the stream. At least now it won't just be like a whip cracking intensifies. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I did a 5-hour stream several weeks ago. I forget which piece it was on, but which piece was it? I forget which one it was. It may have been that Lynx piece because I was just like, oh, you know what it was? It was the first half of the inking of that Lynx piece because I spent like a good hour or so trying to draw the fur coat that she has. That was it was it was a lot of times of me being like, okay, I've reached a good spot, and then just being like, no, I haven't reached a good spot. I just want to finish up this fur part. I think that went to like 2 in the morning. I tell you what, I have tremendous respect for like Shane and Ethan whenever they're like up in the middle of the night streaming. I have no idea how they managed to do that and still stream the next day. It's like their brains have to be so so much on like their own clock that I have no idea how they managed to actually be like refreshed in the morning. Okay. See, this part is probably like the only part that's like weird to draw whenever you're drawing like an actual person. That's like drawing actual boobs is feels weird. Okay. And gotta get the collarbones in there. Thin, but still there. Okay. But yeah, since you were saying like earlier that you're good with Cynic, Ruby, I think you said Ruby and Clippa. I've seen some of Ruby's artwork. He does really good stuff. It's like sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, you said Cynic, Ruby, and Clippa. Yeah, Ruby's artwork is fantastic. And I've also seen like One Gun's artwork that he shares on Twitter. That stuff is really cool. Okay. All right, let's get this part finished up. Yeah, one gun is awesome too. Yeah, one of these days I need to like pop into his streams for that for that, what is it? It's like I think he's working on like a 3D video game movie thing. I always see that like pop up in my chat and like my YouTube notifications, but I haven't clicked on it yet. So that's sort of why I'm like confused as to like what it is. But one of these days I should pop into those live streams and see what exactly it is. And like I popped over to Ruby's Twitter and I gave like a quick look at the the one shot that he has posted on there, and it looks pretty decent. It's like I don't know how long ago it was made. Actually, wait a minute, was it? I don't think he was the artist for it, but it looked like a good start to a story. So I think he could put out a pretty good book. I'm I think any of those guys would I think any of those guys would actually put out a pretty good book. Cuz it seems like they're definitely not going to like rush anything out. Like I know that Cynic was talking about um I think it was Cynic. He was talking about waiting until he finds like the right artist to um to that would match his book or like his story. And I think that that's probably the best thing that you could do instead of just like rushing something out. So props to them. The Will Studios says, "What's happening, players? I am I am drawing or inking specifically. Katydid. Contact Omer Glitch and Dawn, the studio. Those are good drawing channels. I am subscribed to both of them. So those would be I have to I have to pop into to their chats at some point whenever they're streaming. But yes, the will. I'm inking Katydid. That in. Okay. All right. All right. And ooh. All right. The Will Studios. I don't think I'm subscribed to you. Do you have a YouTube channel? Ooh, hold on. Sorry, give me 1 second. It is midnight. I am running on fumes at the moment. And Tank Ferrets, whoa. Tank Ferrets says, I'm getting mixed up in chats. Good God. As well as the Solid Artist too. I told you I knew people who knew people. Yes. Yes, you did. Being a normal ferret thrown into a particle accelerator by scientists, then bitten by a radioactive tank, gave me the superpower to know people cooler than me. The night's just getting started. This is when the wolves eat. This is also whenever I start to get very loopy. Sorry, give me 1 second. The Will Studios. Okay, now I found you. Okay. So, all right, the Will Studios. I just subscribed to your channel, so I will be sure to pop in whenever you are live or whenever you put out like a video. I'm not going to like put out the link to anybody today. I don't know when I'm going to end the stream, and whenever it gets like later on at night, I usually do just like zone out. And the Will Studios says, I do a show every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, I will, if I'm free at those times, I will definitely pop into the chat and say hello. But yeah, I just subscribed, so whenever that does pop up, I'll be able to see it now. And Tank Ferret, I do appreciate it. Said you'll help me get plugged into the networks. Yes, thank you very much. Woohoo! Yes, definitely. Like anytime I can like find more people to follow, I will gladly follow. Yeah, I'm at least whenever it comes to this piece, I don't think I'm going to finish it. So I'm probably going to have to come back tomorrow and do this all again. But it's been pretty productive today, I would say. Win-win is the best game to play, and I love playing it. Yes. Yes, it is. It's like a rising tide lifts all ships. That is definitely true. It's like if everybody can grow together, then it just becomes even better and like even stronger. So okay, I might as well do the shirt now. Katydid is going to love it. That I'm sure of. I hope so. It's like, ideally, I would like to get this done and sometime over the weekend, so I could maybe send it over to I could DM it to her, um, maybe before the Good Morning Comic Skate show that she does on Mondays. But I don't know. This inking is taking a longer time than I expected. Hope we'll see. We'll see how long the coloring takes. This one may be a week long project. Yes, definitely thank you for coming by, Will. But yeah, whenever it comes to Katie, it's like I I saw like all of like the Yanafui videos and like um the AI Katie doing all of like the fun stuff, and I was like, Katie deserves a lot. Like she deserves more fan art than what she has, and I wanted to test myself with drawing a real person and hopefully hopefully do something worthy of that. Hey, it only took 8 years, but I finally made it into a Yanafui meme. Yeah, that'd be interesting to have. In a good way. Definitely in a good way. It's like actually yesterday I was pushing Yanafui's second channel because I know that his first one got nuked for I don't know what it was for, but he's I don't know if it was a joke or not, but he was saying that like the AI Katie was getting a little bit too spicy and YouTube was like shutting that down. I don't know if that was actually what caused the channel to get nuked, but it would be unfortunate if it did. But go over to I believe it's Yanafui 2 and um and I think he has some of his older stuff on that channel. So if we can build up that channel and get him back to where he was before, then uh hopefully it won't affect him as much. Oh my. So War Campaign Dildo memed you years ago, and I took that as success. Oh my. Yeah, I sort of started lurking around Comic Skate around the time whenever War Campaign was like starting to head out. So I wasn't here whenever all of that stuff first came around. It was like I was just like starting to get into that. But I heard stories. Definitely heard stories. And the Will Studios asks, "You working on your own book?" I am not. I have ideas for a book, but first I want to improve my art style to a point where I would actually be able to raise money on it. Because right now, obviously, you can see that I work extremely slow when it comes to my artwork. And up until recently, I have not been that confident into I'm not that confident in drawing people. And I still have to work on like oh, excuse me. I still have to work on like sequential art. At some point I'll get into that on stream and like making that look more presentable. But it's definitely not to the skill level that I would need to actually release a book. I'm also trying to sort of build up the YouTube channel so I have a bigger audience, and hopefully that would be able to um, get more eyes on a book if I put it out. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do before I actually put out a book. Like I said, I do have I have a multitude of different ideas for books in a variety of different genres, but um but I don't have anything in the works right now. And Tank Ferret says, "I'm sure Yonafui was flagged." Yeah, I'm certain of it too. I just don't know um if it was from YouTube or if it was from certain people. Hmm. And Tank Ferret says, "I've been in the CG space since it was Move the Needle." I think was Move the Needle before Cyberfrog came out. I get like sometimes the years of like when stuff happened, um, it sometimes gets mixed up in my head. Like I remember the earliest thing that I remember in CG was Doug to Naples. Um, God damn it, what is it? His Earthworm Jim comic coming out. And I was so close to backing that. But then I was like, no, I don't really have like a connection to this. Okay. So I was thinking right. The Move the Needle thing happened right before EVS got canceled. Okay. So I remember your boy Zach talking about that. And um then all that stuff happened. Okay. So at that point I was following your boy Zach and only watching the videos. And around that same time, I wasn't really watching the live streams because like live streams were entirely new to me. And I was like, this doesn't really seem like my space. I'm just going to watch Zach's videos and just go with that because that's what I was used to. And then I think Cyberfrog came out, and then I was watching Ethan's videos, and I sort of got like pulled into like the fandom menace side of things. And back whenever all of them were in like the same sphere, and then I think the next big thing around that time was I think it was the fall of Rome. Whenever what was it? It was either I don't remember Doug and Mike leaving. I think that may have just like happened in the background from what I was seeing. The only big thing that I remember after that was like war campaigns splitting off. Um that was the big thing that I remember. And that was like that was back before there was like drama and splits happening like every year. Or like from what I remember. Um but yeah, that's like the earliest stuff that I remember. But I just went off on a tangent. Talk to Omer Glitch. He's got a project for a book where each artist takes a single page. Good to cut your teeth on. Hmm, that's interesting. Um, I think the only thing like that would be a good thing to cut my teeth on. My only this is gonna sort of how to put this. This will sort of relate back to what I was talking earlier about egos. um, I if I was doing work for somebody else, I would want to like have enough confidence in my work to have it look, or to know that it looked good and would be like worthy of it being in a project. I'm not certain I'm to that point yet, but I will definitely keep that in mind. Um, I know that some stuff I just need to like jump in and get my feet wet, but yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind and see. I don't know if I get like a rush of inspiration and confidence in like at some point, then maybe I'll send him a message. Oh, okay. It's just for fun and practice. Okay. Yeah, whenever you were saying project, I was thinking you were talking about like, oh, this is going to be like released and people are going to pay money for it. Okay. Yeah, cuz right now I wouldn't subject anybody to that at the moment. But before we get too far into that, the Will Studio says, I have a few ideas. Keep your eyes out for Revenant Steel. I'll be starting the sign up this October and launching early next year. Okay. Tell you what. Bu-bum. Give me a moment. Since you said that you're going to be starting your sign up in October, which it's only a couple months away, for anybody. Stop sharing screen. For anybody watching on replay or right now who's not already subscribed, go over to YouTube, go to the Will Studios, and subscribe to him. And go and check out his live streams whenever he's doing them on Saturday. And then you can go and sign up to the Revenant Steel sign up in October and support you whenever it launches. So yeah, go and support him. Go and support him, subscribe to him, interact with his stuff. And yeah, just doing a very brief promotional stuff after midnight with my loopy self. Alrighty. Probably not my best promotion pitch, but still wanting to get you up on this on the screen so that people can go and check you out. Alrighty. And there we go, window. All right. And Omer does projects like that from time to time. I'll have to stop into his live streams a bit more often. Because usually I see like the ones that are excuse me. Usually I see the ones that are like filmed horizontal, not horizontal, God, vertical. And it's like, I don't know, I'm not used to like the vertical look, but I should stop into those live streams more often. And you say, Revenant Steel is going to be hype. Yes, that's why I'm saying go and subscribe to the Will Studios so that everybody can keep up to date on anything going on with that. Yes, you're welcome. Hey, it's late, and also it's not just good, it's good enough. I would say, like, getting anything out there, and even just, like, saying, here, go point yourself at this person should be enough. It's like, even just doing something, like, ever so briefly, I think that that would be totally fine. It's like doing what you can with what you've got. Let's see, do I have any more in here? Okay. And Omer's a good guy. He'll give you a solid ration, but it's really just a Texas thing. Yeah, everything is. What's the saying? Is like everything's bigger in Texas, or like my brain is mush right now. But it's like something along those lines. Um. Okay, so that part goes there. That would go. Okay. I'm trying to read my sketch and see where stuff goes. Okay. The Will Studios. They've been on Omer's almost every Wednesday for a while now. He's a chill dude. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to stop by and check out his streams. Because I have seen his art. It is really good. It's like, how did I come across him? I think I saw his art. And I was like, I need to go and check out this guy's YouTube channel. And then I just got busy. All right. Okay, so this part is going to be the zipper. I found him one day cruising live streams and invited myself on. Yeah, sometimes cruising live streams is just like it shows you like a diamond in the rough. Okay, how far? Trying to determine like how far out these are gonna go. Okay, that should be fine. Good thing is that they're not really meant to be noticeable. And Tank Ferret. Omer found me while I was still doing the Digital Bullpen, a show I used to do. That show name sounds familiar. Hold on. I already have YouTube pulled up on this stream. Okay, that explains why. You've probably come up on my subscription feed because I was just checking. I am subscribed to you, so that's probably why it looks familiar. I'd love to bring that show back, but time is my enemy. Time is everybody's enemy. I will definitely give time that. It's like what is it? It's like there's so much stuff that I would like to do, but time just does not allow for it. It's like if I could spend all of my time drawing stuff, then it'd be hell, that'd be my dream job. But fortunately, with house stuff and real life work stuff and social obligations, it's not as easy as it once was. Especially with a house that needs renovation. The digital bullpen was started by E. Ortiz, and I took it over for a while. E. Ortiz. What was the first name? Because I seem to remember somebody by the name of something Ortiz. I just don't remember exactly who. The name that's coming to mind is like Alfred Ortiz. But I may just be thinking that name because of somebody else that I just heard about. Which is probably what the case is. Excuse me. No. I have to be more precise. Okay, let's... No. No, there needs to be more space. And don't want to get any reflection until like down here. Right there. Okay. Okay. Oh, the eyes are starting to get buggy. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. And I may go back on my word in like 5 minutes. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to finish up the shirt and this part of the jacket. And we'll see how much I want to do after that. Because when the eyes start to get buggy, it's only a matter of time before I start to snooze. And then it's only a matter of time before before the quality of what I'm drawing starts to decline. So, best to try to avoid that. Now I'm gonna have to keep going. Goodness gracious. The Studio YT says, I'll share this out on my X. Yep, now I'm gonna have to keep going. At least for a little bit. It is 12:29. I am not quite built like AVS or Shane where they can go for multiple hours super late at night, but I will try to get something accomplished. Okay, that should work for that part of the jacket. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, so and the studio says, thanks for the info in the chat, Tank Ferret. Yes. Yes, Tank Ferret has been a wealth of knowledge for this stream. Well, Tank Ferret and the Will Studios. Okay, so... Okay. I want to try to finish up this bottom part of the shirt. And then... Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll zoom out so you can see the whole thing. I'm trying to draw Katydid, and yesterday was the sketch portion of this, and today was supposed to be the full inking, but the full inking is going to take far longer than I expected it to. Yeah, right now I've only managed to do this part in inking. And now I'm slowly working my way through it. That I feel like there needs to be some difference in that, some variety. Yeah, that works. No. That line just makes it look weird. Slightly better. Then okay, I'm gonna have to draw this side of the scissor just so that I have an inkling of where her shirt's gonna be popping out of the bottom. Okay. Stretch the back a little bit. Okay. That was almost too thick. Okay. Go. Okay. And then have that line going through here. All right, one sec, guys. Feels so much better whenever you hear that spine crack. All right. Okay, that should be all right. Yeah, that works. Okay. And then that part over there would be all done. So let's finish this part up. Okay. Okay. It has been almost 4 hours. So if I'm being exact, 3 hours and 55 minutes. So I'm going to pick this up tomorrow. But it has been fun hanging out on stream with you guys. So hope that you'll continue to come back and check out my art. Hopefully I'll be a little bit less loopy brained tomorrow, but I can't promise anything. Hopefully I'll be able to get the inking done tomorrow, because then I'll want to get into the coloring. And that's going to be a whole different monster in and of itself. Thankfully, the background isn't too complicated, so that shouldn't take up too much time. But I think that this is going to be all for tonight. I would say it was a very productive stream, though. Got some of the inking done, subscribed to a couple new channels. And yes, definitely thank you, Tank Ferret, for all of your advice today and pointing me in the right direction towards a lot of people. So definitely some invaluable information for me. Anytime I can get anything like that, I definitely appreciate it. So since this is coming to the end of the stream, I will mirror what I was doing at the beginning of the stream. And goodness gracious. For those of you who are still watching, if you are not subscribed to Katydid's Rumble or her YouTube channel, but I have her Rumble pulled up here, and you can see her YouTube channel scrolling across the bottom. Go and subscribe to her on both of those. She does a lot of promotion in the CG community, and she definitely deserves all the support that she can get. So definitely go and check her out, support her, and be sure to check out her live streams and her content. And I want to give you guys a very special thank you today. This has probably been the most interaction that I've had on a stream in a long time. I do appreciate it, and I look forward to having you guys all come back in future streams, future chats. I will definitely take all advice to heart, and hopefully, as time goes on, I will continue to improve as I continue to learn. And what I definitely need to learn is how to properly end a stream. But it's also almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so there's only so much I can do. Anyways, thank you to the Will Studios, the Studio YT, and Tank Ferret for all stopping by and gracing me with your presence. And I will hope to see all of you guys, as well as anybody else who was just lurking in the chats, in future streams. Oh my. JOMF5W5H says hello. Hello. I'm actually just about to end the stream, but thank you for popping in, even if it is ever so briefly. The Will Studios says, see ya. All right. Thank you guys all for watching and for sticking around and watching me work on this art. Like I said, if you guys would, please go and subscribe to Katie Did a Podcast on Rumble and Katie Did Clips on YouTube. She is who I was drawing today and also in the last stream. So definitely go and support her. And yeah, if you guys would, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Anything is, and any one of those is greatly appreciated. As this channel continues to grow, then hopefully it will help bring some more eyes onto the creators that I hopefully promote. So it's like I said earlier, rising tide lifts all ships. Anyways, thank you guys all for watching. I will see all of you in the next stream or video or short, whichever one comes first. Have a good night, everybody.